going on, guys? How's everybody doing? We have an emergency update. Things are really spiraling out of control. Looks like we're on the verge of war with Russia. We could just be hours or days away from war with Russia. Gonna update you guys on some of the latest here. I'm just waiting for everybody to join into the stream. What's going on, guys? Good to see everybody. Thanks to all the mods. Appreciate you guys. We have encrypted data still going on. That's what this is right here. I'm going to play it just for a second. So that's the encrypted data. Encrypted data still going. Absolutely insane. And we just had some kind of an authentication take place. U.S. nuclear forces just had some kind of authentication. Looks like somewhere over Canada. We are hearing reports of red alerts in Israel. Looks like the Houthis launched a missile. So we have major breaking news for those of you guys just tuning in. The Pentagon has ordered an emergency meeting with all U.S. generals, so every single general in the U.S. military is going to be meeting at the Pentagon with Hegseth, the Secretary of War. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has urgently called on hundreds of military officials from around the globe for spontaneous meeting at Quantico next week. The reason for the gathering remains top secret. Okay, so every single general from every single command in the U.S. military will be going to the Pentagon next week for an emergency meeting, guys. Okay, absolutely insane. And isn't it interesting how last night I was covering this incursion into Alaskan airspace by something, and suddenly today, this morning, Hegseth calls for a all hands on deck meeting at the Pentagon. Every single general in the U.S. military, okay? Every single general in the U.S. military from around the world is going to be going to the Pentagon. I don't know if they're physically going to be at the Pentagon, or I'm sure that they're not going to fly from all over the place. My guess is it's probably going to be a virtual meeting for the people that are overseas. Okay, but Wanda, thank you for the donation. You know, but once again, I hate to say it. Well, actually, no, I don't hate to say it. I was right. Okay, last night I was sharing with you guys what was happening in Alaska, and this morning we got confirmation from NORAD that 2 Russian bombers and fighter jet escorts of the Russian Air Force flew towards Alaska, and the U.S. had to deploy fighter jets and AWACS planes to respond. Now, what's interesting is I personally don't believe the official story, because why would you have a recovery plane airborne for several hours if it was just a simple bomber, you know, Russian bombers flying to Alaska, which happens all the time? Why would you have a very specialized recovery plane looping over the Bering Land Bridge area of Alaska, right near Russia? I personally believe that Russia sent drones to Alaska and we shot them down. And that's why we had that recovery plane airborne last night. And that's why we heard heavy contact. Right, exactly. They shot something down. Right. They said heavy contact. Okay, one of the AWACS planes said heavy contact. And then we had that HC-130J Combat King 2 that was looping for at least 5 hours near Nome, Alaska. Okay, and that's a specialized recovery plane. That plane is the only plane of its kind in the U.S. military. It specializes in personnel recovery and airdrops, air landing, refueling of helicopters, and it can even actually capture drones in midair. Okay, that's the interesting thing about this plane. It can actually capture drones in midair. But the fact that they had a recovery plane airborne for several hours tells me that they shot something down, or they were trying to get a better bead on something. Okay, maybe Russia sent a drone. Maybe a Russian fighter jet flew into Alaska's airspace, and they're not telling us that. They're just giving us the typical bullshit spiel. Oh, it was just another routine Russian bomber flight into Alaska. You know, yeah, it's so routine that you had to deploy a highly specialized recovery plane, 2 E-3 Sentry AWACS planes, multiple aerial refuelers, and multiple fighter jets for a routine Russian bombing run? I don't think so, okay? But isn't it interesting how this morning, after what happened last night, and then remember we had the Skymaster messages 2 days ago, okay? We had the Skymaster messages plus the Doomsday plane airborne last night, and it was sitting on the tarmac at Andrews Air Force Base right outside of D.C. all night long. Okay, a U.S. presidential Doomsday plane was sitting on the runway with its tracker on all night last night. Okay, that's not normal. Okay, typically when a plane lands at an airport, it shuts its tracker off. It doesn't keep the tracker on for hours and hours and hours. Okay, but this presidential Doomsday plane landed at Andrews Air Force Base right outside of D.C. yesterday afternoon, and it sat on the runway with its tracker on all night long, which basically means that it was sitting hot, meaning that it was ready to evacuate the president, the vice president, or Hegseth bunkers or to go up into the air. That's what the doomsday planes are actually for, is they loop in the air, because being in the air is actually safer, because Russia or any of our enemies can't target a plane in the air from all the way in Russia. They can't launch a missile at a plane in the air, but they can launch a missile at Mount Weather or all these bunkers, okay? But, you know, the thing about last night is that everybody was so focused on the details of, this can't be happening, you know. I think Greg is wrong, and I'm going to research and try to prove that Greg is wrong. You know, it's like a butterfly flying in front of a freight train, and, you know, kids or animals can be mesmerized by, you know, butterflies and small creatures. And it's like everybody last night in the chat was mesmerized by this butterfly, and the only thing that would register in their head was, Greg can't be right. If Greg was right, it would be all over the news. I can't believe it. I have to prove him wrong. I have to go out of my way to prove Greg that he's wrong and he's, you know, a fearmonger. And everybody was focusing on that butterfly like the kid chasing the butterfly in front of a freight train. And all the while, they didn't realize that the freight train was coming straight for them. So, you know, maybe sometimes, you know, I'm not perfect, okay, but my track record is 99% right. I'm 99% of the time I am right. And maybe sometimes I make mistakes on certain details, okay? But sometimes in this business, what I do, you don't have the luxury of time to sit there for hours and hours and hours and go and analyze every single detail. Because if I did, I wouldn't be able to do breaking news. Okay, breaking news means that you have to be quick. You have to report things immediately, quickly, okay? You don't have infinite time to analyze every little detail, okay? And even if I did make a mistake, which I don't think I did, but let's say even if I was wrong last night, okay, and I did make one small mistake, it doesn't change anything, okay? It doesn't change the escalation that I've been reporting on for the last several years and the last several weeks especially. Even if my one little detail, oh my gosh, Greg made one mistake, oh my gosh, you know, he's a human being, you know, he makes mistakes sometimes, okay? Even then, I'm still right, because NORAD put out a statement and confirmed that bombers flew to Alaska. So I'm still right, even if I was wrong, which I don't think I am, okay? But the bottom line is, this is a huge lesson, okay? The lesson is human nature is such that when something bad is happening, people naturally default to denial, okay? When bad things are happening, people do not want to naturally believe that is actually happening. It's just human nature. It happens to me too. You know, like something happened like last year, my well had an issue, my water supply for my house, the main pipe that brings water to my house. I have a 200-foot well, okay? And the pipe that brings water from my well into my house bursted. And I didn't want to believe it, you know, and the guys that were coming here to fix it were, from the beginning, they said, well, your well pipe probably bursted. And I didn't want to believe it because that's a big job, you know, tearing out a well pipe that's several feet underground. You got to bring heavy equipment in and dig that pipe out and replace it. I was thinking, oh, maybe it was just a faulty pressure switch or something in the tank. You know, and I didn't want to believe it. I was in denial. And that's the same thing that happened last night. Human nature was exposed last night in my stream, because when I was reporting something very serious, people were in denial. They defaulted to denial. Deny. Greg can't be right. This can't be happening. You know, if Greg was right, it would be all over the news, and I'm going to go out of my way to comfort myself and try to prove that Greg is wrong, okay? So that's a huge lesson to be learned. Human psychology, 101. In a crisis situation, people will naturally default to denial. They don't want to face the music. They don't want to face the hard reality. And you know, that's just normal. I mean, nobody wants to be told that they have cancer. Nobody wants to be told that their well pipe is burst. You know, it's just not something that people naturally want to hear. Nobody wants to be told that Russia violated Alaska's airspace. I believe Russia violated Alaska's airspace last night in some form, whether it was bombers, whether it was drones. The bottom line is that we, now the Pentagon is having an emergency meeting, okay, after what happened last night. They didn't call the emergency meeting yesterday. They didn't call the emergency meeting 2 days ago or a week ago after the drones flew into Poland, and then the fighter jets flew into Estonia, and then more drones in Denmark, and then more drones in Denmark. They didn't call emergency meetings after any of those situations, but you notice this morning they suddenly call an emergency meeting after what I reported on last night. So it's not a coincidence. Something must have happened either last night or just in the last few weeks that has now put the Pentagon on the highest level of alert. Okay, we're talking about an all-hands-on-deck meeting at the Pentagon that we have not seen since probably World War II. Okay, let that sink in for a minute. Every single general in the U.S. military will be meeting at the Pentagon next week, okay, either virtually or physically. So, and like I said, why all of a sudden this morning? Because I think something happened last night and we're not being told all the details. Guys, if you're one of these people that only believes what the official story is, okay, and you will only believe what the Pentagon tells you and what NORAD tells you, I'm sorry, but you're really naive, okay? If you only take official stories, what the government tells you happened, okay, you are just, I really feel sorry. If you're one of those people out there, and I don't think most of you guys are in the chat, but if you're one of those people that only believes the official statement, you know, then I just really feel sorry for you, because the government does not have to tell the truth to you, okay? In fact, in many situations, it's against the interest of the government and national security to tell the truth to you, okay? So the government can and will lie for various reasons, okay? And one of those reasons could be national security. Do you think the Pentagon is going to come out there and put a big statement out and admit that Russia violated Alaska's airspace? You know, do you think Secretary Hegseth is going to have a meeting, an open press conference, and answer 100 questions and admit that Russia violated Alaska's airspace? Do you really think they're going to do that? They're not, okay? They're not going to do that for multiple reasons. Number one, they don't want to cause panic. Number two, it could be that they don't want to look bad, okay, because the Trump administration were the ones that were initially, now they changed, you know, now they did a 180, but initially the Trump administration was trying to court Russia into becoming an ally, and Putin basically took a dump on Trump, okay, and, you know, so they're not going to want to admit that, okay, that, yeah, Russia now violated our airspace after we just invited their leader to Alaska a month ago. Now they're sending drones and bombers into our airspace. You know, that's like a girl bringing home her boyfriend to her dad and telling her dad, hey, Daddy, my boyfriend just cheated on me again. You know, I mean, nobody, you know, So anyway, guys, so the big breaking news is that I'm going to just get right into it here. something must have happened between yesterday and today for the Pentagon to suddenly order a all-hands-on-deck global meeting of all generals. Okay, something must have happened. All right, they don't just randomly do that. All right, and from what I'm hearing, this is unprecedented, probably since World War II. All right, when we were like literally about to get attacked by the Nazis. Okay. Let me just catch up on some of your messages here. I'm sorry. Living my best life, says Greg. Do you think the meeting could be sooner than next week? Next week's date could be a decoy. It could be a decoy. You know, they could always move up that timeline if the situation warrants it. If things escalate even further, if Russia sends more drones into Alaska, you know, they could obviously adjust that time frame. My guess is they want to do it next week because it's already Thursday, and out of probably just the weekend coming up, you know, they don't want to suddenly have a meeting now, you know, tomorrow on a Friday. Plus, you need, you know, time to get prepared. If we're talking about a big meeting like this, all the generals have to prepare for the meeting. They have to, you know, whatever information they have to share, whatever Hegseth wants to talk about, the generals need to have time to prepare for this meeting, you know. But yeah, I mean, if something, you know, escalates even further, of course they can speed that up. Mojost, thank you for the kind words, Mojost. Lori B, thanks for the gifted memberships. Eli Accord, thank you for the kind words and for all the support, Eli. Really appreciate that. Giggy, thank you for the gifted memberships. Poopy, thank you for the gifted memberships. I always kind of chuckle when I read your name, Poopy McScoopy. It's just so funny. I'm sure a lot of people out there, they probably make these funny names, and they probably get a kick out of when YouTubers read their name, you know. There were some funny names I've seen in the past, and people were trying to get me to read their names, and I wouldn't do it because they were like kind of derogatory names, but that's not derogatory. Murphy's asking how long until the government admits to World War III, especially last night. I think shots were fired. I feel like we are in World War III already. Yeah, so I think I think after this meeting is when we're going to potentially see some kind of big statement from the U.S. I think until they have this meeting, they're probably going to keep quiet for security purposes, operational security maybe. They don't want to telegraph anything. But yeah, we're basically, guys, we're already at war. Okay, the mainstream media is not going to admit that, all right, but we're basically already at war. Russia has already violated NATO's airspace multiple times in the last month, and now they're sending bombers and potentially drones into Alaska. Yeah, I think something happened last night in Alaska, and that's why suddenly the Pentagon ordered an all-hands-on-deck meeting. That's what I think. Because why all of a sudden now? You know, why all of a sudden? They could have done this days ago, weeks ago. Now, all of a sudden, they do it. But, yeah, we're basically already at war, guys. We're already at war. They've sent, you know, dozens of drones into Poland. They sent fighter jets into Estonia. They sent drones into Denmark again last night, okay, twice they sent drones into Denmark. Denmark is going to call for Article 4. Article 4 is NATO consultations, okay, so Poland already declared Article 4, Estonia declared Article 4, now Denmark's going to declare Article 4, and now the U.S. is holding a all hands on deck, every single general in the U.S. military meeting, okay? I mean, the writing is on the wall, okay? You don't need to wait until you see a mushroom cloud outside your window to understand what's going on. If you're one of those people that need to actually see a mushroom cloud out of your bedroom window to finally say, oh, Greg was right all these years. Greg was right. You know, maybe I was wrong. You're not gonna be able to, because once you see the mushroom cloud, you're dead. Okay, you're not going to survive that. So if you're one of those people that needs to actually see, you know, Russian bombers with Soviet sickles, you know, Soviet hammer and sickles flying over your house to finally get it to click in your brain, okay, if you're one of those people, I'm sorry, but it's going to be too late at that point. That's the whole purpose of this channel. This is a preparedness channel. Okay, and we're trying to get ready for these things before they happen so we're not caught off guard. And so when we see the mushroom cloud, we know what to do and we're preparing ahead of time. Okay, that's the whole purpose of this channel, and we try to forecast things ahead of time and get ahead of the news cycle. All right? But, you know, the writing is on the wall. It's pretty obvious to me. What's going on, okay? Russia already violated NATO's airspace multiple times in the past 2 weeks between Poland, Estonia, Denmark twice. They sent drones over multiple Danish air bases last night. Not just air bases, but I'm also hearing that they sent drones into France as well. There were Russian drones in France recently, and they were also sending drones towards some Danish anti-ship radars in the Baltic Sea or the Danish Straits. They have some kind of, you know, sea-based radars that are designed to detect, you know, incoming, you know, warships and stuff like that. They sent the drones to that area as well, to the Danish sea-based radars, Danish offshore drilling platforms, Danish military bases, Danish airports, French airports and bases. Okay. Also remember a few months ago in Germany there were drones flying over military industrial sites, drones flying into Poland, fighter jets flying into Estonia, something happening in Alaska. Okay, so the escalation is really skyrocketing. And also Trump said today some more strong things about Russia. I'm going to play that for you in just a minute here. Trump took another dump on Russia today. I mean, he is just letting it all out, basically ripping into Russia. So I think Trump is basically made up his mind about Putin. And he said yesterday that Russia was a paper tiger, that Ukraine can take back all of the land that Russia took, even Crimea, and that now is the time for Ukraine to do that. We also heard some breaking news today that Zelensky said that Trump was even considering directly giving Ukraine weaponry so that Ukraine can topple Russia and topple Putin. Okay, that's what Zelensky said today. It didn't really make the headlines, all right, but Zelensky said that when he spoke with Trump 2 days ago, that Trump was seriously considering directly arming Ukraine. Remember, that's something that Trump didn't want to do in the past, okay, and he wants to use NATO as an intermediary. But who's to say Trump isn't going to do it secretly, okay? Trump may say, yeah, we're going to sell weapons to NATO, and then NATO can do whatever they want with them and give it to Ukraine, right? But how do we know that Trump isn't giving weapons directly to Ukraine, and he's just not saying that? You know, remember, Trump said when he was running for office last year, he said one of the stupidest things that the Biden administration did was that they disclosed every single move that they made. They were telling Russia how many weapons we're giving Ukraine. We're giving them 100 missiles, 500 tanks, blah, 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 you know, 100 helicopters, 100 jets. Trump is not going to do that. He said he's not going to forecast and telegraph his moves, okay, like the Biden administration did. And that's exactly what he's been doing so far. And so Zelensky, I don't know, Zelensky probably shouldn't have said it. I hope that he didn't, blow the OPSEC, all right? But Zelensky said that basically Trump is considering directly arming Ukraine now to try to topple Russia because Russia's economy is weak, okay? So let me just get through more of these gifted memberships real quick and donations. Thank you, everybody who donated. I'm sorry if I didn't answer your questions right away. Officer, thank you for the gifted memberships. Poopy, yeah, everyone does need a good laugh. That's right. Resistor, thank you for the gifted memberships. I appreciate it. TM, thank you for the gifted memberships. Josh Miller, Homesteading. Thank you, Homesteading. Skyfall says, my big concern is when China will step in. Yeah, we could get EMP'd in the States. Thank you, Skyfall. Rabbit Heart, thank you so much. Appreciate the donation, Rabbit Heart. Analysis is not a one and done. It's ongoing, plus the mainstream media will not always tell us the facts. We all know this. Perhaps they want to be more prepared before engaging. Correct. So, for those of you guys who've been with me for a long time, all right, right before Russia invaded Ukraine, I was warning people. I think I put out the warning like November. I'll have to go back through my videos. It's probably still on my channel. If you really scroll back through like my thousands of videos, because I have thousands of videos, and then I have even more in storage that I deleted. I've probably made over 6,000 or 7,000 videos on this channel. Okay, so I've been doing this a long time, but I posted like 3 months or 4 months before Ukraine got invaded. I posted a video. There was a intelligence leak. It wasn't really a leak. It was like a purposeful leak. The Ukrainian intelligence put out a map saying that they have intelligence that Russia's going to invade them soon, and they showed on the map the locations where Russia was going to invade from. I probably still have it in my files. If I look back in my files, I can probably still find it because I keep files of everything. I usually don't delete stuff, so I could probably still find it. But if you go back to like late 2021 in my channel, you scroll all the way back to like late 2021, you'll probably see the video. It was probably an emergency alert, and I broke the story like 4 months before Ukraine got invaded. I was like, listen, Ukraine has intelligence that Russia's going to invade in the near future, and they put a map out showing the routes. And I posted it, and everybody was saying, "Oh, you're fear mongering. It's fake news. How can you believe the Ukrainians? Blah blah blah. The Ukrainians are just fear mongering and blah blah blah." And then sure enough, I was right. And I remember the mainstream media didn't cover it until like a day before the invasion. And if you remember, Zelensky didn't even tell Ukrainians that the invasion was happening until like 2 days before, because he didn't want people to panic and flee ahead of time. Okay, so if you remember, Zelensky finally came out like 2 or 3 days before the invasion and said, yeah, Russia's about to invade. And then you had those huge lines of cars outside of Kiev when everybody was trying to get out of Kiev. Okay, and the mainstream media, they refused to admit that this was happening, even when all the signs were pointing to it, and there was news coming out that the borders were being closed down, that the Ukrainians were shutting their borders with Russia, and the satellite imagery was showing that Russia amassed 100,000 troops. And then I was sharing all the footage of the tanks for several months before Russia invaded. Every single day there were videos, and they're probably still up on my channel. There were other channels covering it as well. There were videos coming out every single day of tanks rolling in through Russia, at the trains. You remember those videos? Some of you guys probably remember. I was covering those trains when they were coming in, hundreds of tanks at a time on those massive freight trains, tank after tank after tank, every single day there were new videos coming out, and I was posting videos on it, and everybody said, it's just training, it's just an exercise. Russia would never dare invade Ukraine, and the mainstream media, even with all of that evidence, the mainstream media still did not cover it, and simply because they were trying to cover it up and they didn't want to panic people, they didn't want to panic the average Joe and disrupt the average Joe's schedule of watching the primetime shows, and going to work and being a good citizen, paying their taxes and paying their mortgages, They didn't want to disrupt that. Chili Dog, thank you for the gifted memberships. And Tammy Ross, thank you so much for that generous donation, Tammy Ross. Really appreciate it. And Oklahoma, I can't read your name, Oklahoma Graham something. The Oklahoma Graham, thank you so much for the gifted memberships. Really appreciate that. Oklahoma Graham and Paul Hood. Thank you, Paul Hood. Really appreciate it. So let me just get more into some of the details here of everything. There's a lot more to cover. I'm sorry if I'm kind of getting off on a tangent here. So basically, Defense Secretary or Secretary of War Pete Hegseth has directed 800 generals, admirals, and senior enlisted advisors from all U.S. military branches to convene at Marine Corps Base Quantico in Virginia next week. Without revealing the purpose or agenda, the summons affects commanders stationed worldwide, including in conflict zones in Europe, the Middle East, Asia Pacific, and is described by officials as unprecedented in its scale and secrecy, okay? I mean, it just can't get any more serious than that. Just can't get any more serious than that. Unprecedented in its scale and secrecy. We have all of eastern Ukraine under an air raid alert right now. All of eastern Ukraine is under an air raid alert. I want to play for you what Trump said today when he was meeting with Erdogan. Okay, he ripped into Russia again. Okay, and this just tells me that Trump is just basically he's done with Putin and he's done with Russia. I mean, I could be wrong, but I really think that at this point, Trump is basically. I think he's really pissed off at Putin because he bent over backwards to be nice to Putin. He invited him to Alaska and all these different things, and Putin basically disrespected Trump, in my opinion, by, I mean, just remember when he went to Alaska, like literally right after Putin left Alaska, like right after, there were Russian bombers flying to Alaska. Okay, I mean, it just totally insane, So Putin highly disrespected Trump, and I'm going to play for you this clip here so you can hear what Trump said. I mean, it's just really strong words here.
Long, and they lost millions. Very disappointed in Putin, and he's been fighting hard. He's been fighting long, and they lost millions. They lost like 1 million soldiers, and they've, with all of the heavy bombardment over the last 2 weeks, they've gained almost no land. Think of that. They've gained almost no land. They've gained almost no land. Bombardment over the last 2 weeks. They've gained almost no land over the last 2 weeks. They've gained almost no land. 2 weeks. They've gained almost no land. 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 Think of that. They've gained almost no land. And I'm not going to ever call anybody a paper tiger, but Russia spent millions and millions of dollars in bombs, missiles, ammunition, and lives. Their lives. And they've gained virtually no land. I think it's time to stop. I really do. Very disappointed in Putin. And he's been fighting hard. He's been fighting long, and they lost millions. They lost like 1 million soldiers. And you know, with all of the heavy bombardment over the last 2 weeks, they've gained almost no land. Think of that. They've gained almost no land. And I'm not going to ever call anybody a paper tiger, but Russia spent millions and millions of dollars in bombs, missiles, ammunition, and lives, their lives, and they've gained virtually no land.
Wow, so he took a dump on Putin here, just totally. I mean, it's very funny actually.
And you know, with all of the heavy bombardment over the last 2 weeks, they've gained almost no land.
With all of the heavy bombardment over the last 2 weeks, they've gained almost no land. Okay, which is true.
With all of the heavy bombardment over the last 2 weeks, they've gained almost no land. With all of the heavy bombardment over the last 2 weeks, they've gained almost no land. With all of the heavy bombardment over the last 2 weeks, they've gained almost no land.
So that voice in the background is this chick sitting to the left of Erdogan, and I think translating for Erdogan into Turkish, because maybe Erdogan doesn't understand English too well, or it looks like that's Erdogan's translator.
Think of that. They've gained almost no land. And I'm not going to ever call anybody a paper tiger, but Russia spent millions and millions of dollars.
Millions and millions of dollars and gained almost no land.
Spent millions and millions of dollars in bombs, missiles, ammunition, and lives, their lives, and they've gained virtually no land. Millions and millions of dollars in bombs, missiles, ammunition, and lives, their lives, and they've gained virtually no land. Millions and millions of dollars in bombs, missiles, ammunition, and lives, their lives, and they've gained virtually no land.
So, I mean, this is just a huge reversal, huge reversal. Krista G, thank you so much for the donation. I really appreciate it. Thanks for everything, Greg. You are my go-to channel. You bring something a lot of people can't, and that's critical thinking skills. Thank you. I appreciate that. So I think basically something happened last night. For those of you guys who missed it, let me just. Well, this is what Trump wrote on his Truth Social about Ukraine. I mean, a whole page about how Russia's collapsing, how they're a paper tiger, and how Ukraine can take back all of the land. Okay, a whole page, a massive rant. But we had this situation off of Alaska last night. Okay, we had this Combat King drone recovery and personnel recovery plane that was airborne off of Nome, Alaska for hours and hours last night. So something happened in Alaska last night. That's why we have this big meeting being called. Job 1989, thank you so much for the gifted memberships. Really appreciate it. Boar Reclaw, thank you for the donation. Yeah, this face was an anonymous face on the primary Russian nuclear war frequency the other day. Here's another clip of Trump. I'm going to play for you what he said with Erdogan.
So this is a tough man. This is a guy who's highly opinionated. It's disgraceful. Against Ukraine. We're talking about both.
He said that the war is disgraceful. Okay, listen.
And I guess today we're talking about both. I'd like to have him stop buying any oil from Russia while Russia continues his rampage against Ukraine.
While Russia continues its rampage against Ukraine.
And they've been fighting. They've lost millions of lives already, and for what? You know, for what?
They've lost millions of lives, and for what? That's what he said.
Disgraceful.
Disgraceful. Okay. So Trump has done a complete 180 on Ukraine, and I think it's for good this time. I really do. I think this is it. I think that the honeymoon period between Putin and Trump, the honeymoon period is over essentially, and so.
To do with trade, and I guess today we're talking about both. I'd like to have him stop buying any oil from Russia while Russia continues this rampage against Ukraine. And they've been fighting. They've lost millions of lives already, and for what? You know, for what? Disgraceful. And they've been fighting. They've lost millions of lives already, and for what? You know, for what? Disgraceful. And I said, and for what? You know, for what? Disgraceful. You know, for what? Disgraceful. 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 And I said yesterday, let it keep going because their economy is absolutely terrible right now. And going because their economy is absolutely terrible right now. Because their economy is absolutely terrible right now. 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 And I think it's a shame that they're doing that, killing a lot of people unnecessarily. 7,818 people were killed last week, mostly military people, their people, and Ukrainians. More Russians, actually, than Ukraine, a little bit more. But it's such a waste of human life, and so we ought to stop. You know, Putin ought to stop. We ought to stop. You know, Putin 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 ought to stop. And with that, we'll get to a little bit of a discussion. We're going to make some great trade deals.
So he clearly said Putin ought to stop. The Russian economy is collapsing. I mean, it's just complete 180 here.
With all of the heavy bombardment over the last 2 weeks, they've gained almost no land. All of the heavy bombardment over the last 2 weeks, they've gained almost no land. With all of the heavy bombardment over the last 2 weeks, they've gained almost no land. With all of the heavy bombardment over the last 2 weeks, they've gained almost no land.
So I mean, it just can't get any more funnier than this. Trump just really ripping into Russia in the way that he knows best. I mean, this is, you know, when Trump really gets pissed off, that's what he does. You know, he goes off on these rants like that. So we know he's really pissed off. Look at this. We still have a presidential doomsday plane on the tarmac in D.C. right now. Still have a presidential doomsday plane on the tarmac. Check this out. Okay, presidential doomsday plane still sitting there at Andrews Air Force Base. And then we have some kind of general here sitting, a plane for the generals, or some top Pentagon officials. Ross Smith, thank you for the kind words. I live by Warren Air Force Base in Wyoming and caught a fighter jet that was really loud last week. At first I thought it was. Yeah, oh, and I forgot the Trident missile test. Yeah, and then there was also Trident missiles. We launched 4 Trident missiles a couple of days ago, okay, on Sunday night. And again, people were saying I was wrong. You remember when I was streaming Sunday night and I told you guys there was a missile test and people were saying I was wrong and it was fake news, and again, I was right again. Let me just pull up the official NORAD press release here. Okay, I'll show you guys the official statement. So here's the presidential doomsday plane sitting with its transponder on in Andrews Air Force Base still. Okay, it's pretty weird to have it sitting with its transponder on for, I mean, it's been sitting there for almost the past 24 hours like that, because it landed yesterday evening. You know, it's been sitting for like 24 hours with its tracker on, so that's pretty concerning. I mean, this is just totally insane. So the meeting at the Pentagon next week will be unprecedented in its scale and secrecy. Okay. Let me show you guys something here. 1 second. Trying to get that for you. This is the official press release from NORAD. Okay, so we were covering this last night. NORAD detects and tracks Russian aircraft operating in the Alaskan Air Defense Identification Zone. The North American Aerospace Defense Command detected and tracked 2 Tu-95s and 2 Sukhoi 35s operating in the Alaskan Air Defense Identification Zone on September 24, 2025. NORAD responded with an E-3, 4 F-16s, and 4 KC-135s to positively identify and intercept in the Alaskan ADIZ. The Russian military remained in international airspace and did not enter American or Canadian sovereign airspace. Okay, so they're saying that this was routine, that this was normal, but they're actually lying here and they're not disclosing the truth, because they actually sent 2 or 3 E-3 sentries, and there was a Combat King recovery plane airborne. Okay, I'm trying to find the screenshot of that for those of you guys that weren't in the stream last night. Okay, here it is. Let me see here. So this was that Combat King HC-130J Combat King 2, and it was looping here with the E-3, and the Combat King is a recovery platform, okay, to recover down drones and personnel, okay. So they're not exactly telling the truth here. Angela H, thank you Angela H for the PayPal. Thank you, Angela H, for the PayPal. Really appreciate it. Angela from the UK. Hope you're still listening. Thank you so much. And Nicole Anthony. Thank you, Nicole. Appreciate the PayPal. We are hearing some reports that the U.S. tested a thermonuclear weapon. I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know if they're talking about that test from a couple of days ago, and everybody's saying that this was a nuclear test. Also, Sergei Lavrov, the Russian foreign minister, said today that the NATO and the EU have declared war on Russia through Ukraine. Okay, so that's what they said today. Sergei Lavrov, all right, the Russian foreign minister, said that NATO and the EU have declared war on Russia. Okay, so lots of strong words being said. This is interesting. We got a B-2 or B-52 stealth bomber coming back to the U.S. from the UK, which is pretty interesting. That's not too common to see that. They must be bringing it back because something's about to happen, and they want that bomber here. That's pretty interesting for them to suddenly bring a B-52 back today. So we got a B-52 coming back from Europe now. Okay. We also have unusual reconnaissance right now in Europe. I want to show you guys something. We have a recon plane airborne over northern Poland right now, which is pretty unusual for this time of day. Typically, these recon planes fly like late at night, early morning. They're starting an early reconnaissance here in Europe. Check it out. So we have this U.S. recon plane doing a patrol here near Kaliningrad and Estonia. Look at where it's focusing its efforts. Usually this plane will go all the way up to Finland and do like a generalized large patrol. Typically this Jake 17, the RC-135 recon plane, it usually does like a huge generalized patrol through Poland, the Baltics, and Finland. But look what it's doing now. Now it's mostly focusing on Estonia and Kaliningrad. Okay, it's getting ready to do another pass here near Kaliningrad. And then also we have this sub-hunter here right off the coast of Lithuania. Okay, so this is what I would consider to be unusual reconnaissance in the Baltics. And yesterday we had drones that flew into Denmark for the second time. Okay. So guys, with this big meeting next week at the Pentagon, a lot of people are saying that Russia could launch a big strike on all of the generals while they're at the Pentagon, and that's certainly a possibility, but I don't think every single general is going to fly to the Pentagon. I think that some of them are going to fly in, and some of them are going to do virtual meeting. Okay. Okay, guys, we have some major breaking news coming in. Looks like that U.S. AWACS plane that was monitoring those Russian whatever they were last night is airborne again. Okay, the one that was on the audio recording, Cache 51. Looks like Cache 51 is airborne right now. Let me see if I can show you guys. I'm trying to See if I can find it. Might have lost it. See if I can find. So Cache 51 is now airborne, guys. Cache 51 is airborne. The same AWACS that was patrolling Alaska. I gotta open up another tracker, a different flight tracker. Hold on. See, I might have lost the yeah. So looks like Cache 51 must have went dark, but the same AWACS plane that was airborne, Cache 51 is airborne again. Let me see if I can find it. So we got another AWACS plane over Alaska again. Russian President Vladimir Putin met with the IAEA Director General and assured him that Russia will continue full cooperation.
They have put it all out on the line. They are.
Trump said again, look, I want to play for you what Trump said. Trump again was ripping into Putin again this afternoon. That's the third time today. Listen, this is crazy, guys. I want to just play this for you. Trump again ripping into Putin. Trump also said, I will not allow Israel to annex the West Bank. Wow.
I will not allow Israel to annex the West Bank. No, I will not allow it. It's not going to happen.
Did you speak with Netanyahu about this?
Yeah, but I'm not going to allow it. Whether I spoke to him or not, I did. But I'm not allowing Israel to annex the West Bank. There's been enough. It's time to stop now, okay?
Wow. Wow. Trump said, I will not allow Israel to annex the West Bank. Here's him talking about Russia again.
They have put it all out on the line. Their economy is going to hell. They're bombing the hell out of everything, and they're picking up a very little territory, if any. In fact, they're losing some territory. So I think it's been very bad for the reputation of Russia. This war should have been over. If this were our war, we would have had it over in 1 week.
Wow. It's funny to see Vance's face when he's looking at Trump. He looks angry. He looks angry that Trump is ripping on Russia. Wow. I'm going to try to play these clips for you in a sec here. Trump is ripping into Putin again. This is absolutely insane. What a interesting turn of events. The third time he's ripped into Putin today.
They have put it all out on the line. Their economy is going to hell. They're bombing the. They have put it all out on the line. Their economy is going to hell. They're bombing the. They have put it all out on the line. Their economy is going to hell. They're bombing the. They have put it all out on the line. They have put it all out. Their economy is going to hell. They're bombing the. They have put it all out on the line. Their economy is going to hell. They're bombing the. They have put it all out on the line. Their economy is going to hell.
Wow. Guys, this is absolutely insane. Hold on, I'm having issues with these videos. I'm trying to, for some reason, they're having some issues with the quality here.
Would not allow Israel to.
They have put it all out on the line.
Hold on. I think I had the wrong video. Here we go. Look at this.
Their economy is going to hell. They're bombing the hell out of everything, and they're picking up a very little territory, if any. In fact, they're losing some territory. So I think it's been very bad for the reputation of Russia. This war should have been over. If this were our war, we would have had it over in 1 week. They have put it all out on the line. Their economy is going to hell. They're bombing the hell out of everything, and they're picking up a very little territory, if any. In fact, they're losing some territory. So I think it's been very bad for the reputation of Russia. This war should have been over. If this were our war, we would have had it over in 1 week.
Look at Vance's face here. I'm gonna have to zoom in so you can see. Vance looks really pissed off. Actually, I can't zoom in, but hold on. Let me see if I can zoom in. Vance looks really mad. See if I can zoom in. Look at Vance. He looks really sore here. Trying to enlarge this so you can really see his face. Hold on. He looks like really mad that Trump is saying all these things.
They have put it all out on the. I think it's been very bad for the reputation of Russia. This war should have been over. If this were our war, we would have had it over in 1 week.
This is Autocrat with the count out.
They're bombing the hell out of everything, and they're picking up a very little territory, if any. In fact, they're losing some territory. So I think it's been very bad for the reputation of Russia. This war should have been over. If this were our war, we would have had it over in 1 week. They have put it all out on the line. Their economy is going to hell. They're bombing the hell out of everything, and they're picking up a very little territory, if any. In fact, they're losing some territory. So I think it's been very bad for the reputation of Russia. This war should have been over. If this were our war, we would have had it over in 1 week. They have put it all out on the line. Their economy is going to hell. They're bombing the hell out of everything, and they're picking up a very little territory, if any. In fact, they're losing some territory. So I think it's been very bad for the reputation of Russia. This war should have been over. If this were our war, we would have had it over in 1 week. They have put it all out on the line. They're
Look at his face when he just said that. Let me go back. Look at Vance's face. It's funny.
their economy. They have put it all weak.
Look at Vance's face when he says that.
One week. They have put it all out on the line. Their economy is going to hell. They're bombing the hell out of everything, and they're picking up very little territory, if any. In fact, they're losing some territory.
Look at his face right here when he says, in fact, they're losing territory. Look at his face.
Territory. So, if any, in fact, they're losing some territory. So, if any, in fact, they're losing some territory. So, if any, in fact, they're losing some territory. So, if any, in fact, they're losing some territory. So,
wow. Anyway, so yeah, Trump is continuing his rampage against Russia, and he officially said that he will not allow Israel to annex the West Bank. I don't know how Trump can do anything about that. I mean, what is he going to attack Israel if they annex the West Bank? I mean, that's up to Israel to decide. I mean, he can talk with Netanyahu and say he doesn't agree with it, but I mean, what does that actually mean? I will not allow Israel to annex the West Bank. Modoc, thank you for the gifted memberships. I appreciate it, Modoc. Thank you so much. And ePain48, thank you so much for the gifted memberships. What do you guys think about this daytime stream? Should I do more like this? I usually don't do that. Okay, I'll ask Ross. I have a direct contact with Ross, so I can ask him what he said. I have direct contact with the Rossinator. I'm privileged. I'm one of the privileged few people to have direct contact to the man, the myth, the legend, the Rossinator. I'm one of the few. I'm very, very lucky. So guys, it's hard for me to keep up with everything. I mean, it's like my head is just spinning with all this news. It's hard for me to keep up. I'm trying my best here. Trump ripping into Russia again, and then saying that he's not going to allow Israel to annex the West Bank. Listen.
I will not allow Israel to annex the West Bank. No, I will not allow it. It's not going to happen.
Did you speak with Netanyahu about this?
Yeah, but I'm not going to allow it. Whether I spoke to him or not, I did. But I'm not allowing Israel to annex the West Bank. There's been enough. It's time to stop now, okay? I will not allow Israel to annex the West Bank. No, I will not allow it. It's not going to happen.
Did you speak with Netanyahu about this?
Yeah, but I'm not going to allow it. Whether I spoke to him or not, I did. But I'm not allowing Israel to annex the West Bank. There's been enough. It's time to stop now, okay? I will not allow Israel to annex the West Bank. No, I will not allow it. It's not going to happen.
Did you speak with Netanyahu about this?
Yeah, but I'm not going to allow it. Whether I spoke to him or not, I did. But I'm not allowing Israel to annex the West Bank. There's been enough. It's time to stop now, okay?
Wow. Trump seems to really be pissed off. Wow. Okay, let me continue with some more of the headlines here. There's just so much to get through, it's hard for me to keep up. Alright, so unidentified drones were observed this weekend over military sites in France near Mourmelon-le-Grand in the Marne region of northern France, according to military sources who spoke with Radio France. Okay, so unidentified drones were spotted this week in northern France. Okay, this past weekend. Okay, so we have drones in Denmark twice. We have drones in France, drones in Poland, jets in Estonia, something happening in Alaska, Trump ripping into Putin multiple times in the last couple of hours. We have an emergency Pentagon meeting. The U.S. tested 4 ICBMs on Sunday. I mean, it's just can't get any crazier than this. Okay, so unidentified drones in northern France. Romania's Supreme National Defense Council has just decided to grant mission commanders the ability to shoot down any military aircraft entering Romanian airspace, while the decision to shoot down civilian aircraft illegally entering the airspace will remain with the Minister of Defense. Okay, so Romania has authorized their commanders to shoot down any military aircraft flying in Romanian airspace. Okay. Poland is now going to be revising their laws, so they want to change their law that says that they have to consult with allies before shooting down Russian targets. Okay, it says here that Warsaw wants to amend the law and give its military the right to destroy Russian targets in Ukrainian airspace without asking for permission from the alliance. Wow. The current regulation from 2022 requires Poland to obtain approval from allies. Okay, so Poland is going to be changing their law. And the law now states that if they want to shoot down Russian drones or Russian missiles in Ukraine, they have to get permission from their allies, from NATO. Okay, but now Poland is considering changing the law so they can shoot down Russian drones in Ukraine, guys. In Ukraine. That is a huge change. I mean, this is just getting totally insane. I think we could be at a full-blown war with Russia by the weekend, to be honest with you. I mean, this cannot get any more serious, guys. I mean, this is just totally insane. Poland wants to change their law so they can shoot down Russian drones and missiles in Ukraine's airspace. Okay? In Ukraine's airspace. The U.S. Air Force plane is flying near the Russian border. Yeah, that's probably the same one from last night, if I remember correctly. The plane from last night, was just airborne over the Bering Sea. So Yeah, I'm gonna check on the E3. Jason is picking on you. Someone's picking on you. Could you guys hear that over the horizon radar just now? Listen. And we still have the encrypted data. Still have encrypted data on the primary U.S. nuclear war frequency. It's still going. Major breaking news: unidentified drones over military sites near France. Romania's National Security Defense Council has given their commanders on the ground the ability to shoot down any military aircraft entering Romania. Poland is looking to change their laws to allow them to shoot down Russian drones and missiles inside of Ukraine. The Russian ambassador to France said today that if NATO shoots down a Russian plane, this will mean the beginning of a military conflict, okay? So, I mean, this is just like the worst case scenario. The Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov stated that NATO and the EU have declared war on Russia through Ukraine. We also had some U-2 spy planes arrive in the UK. Okay. U-2 spy planes have arrived in the UK. Wow, what a crazy week it's been, huh? Totally insane, and it's getting more insane. So we have major breaking news. Denmark activated their national crisis management system following last night's drone intrusions over airports and military bases across the country, with the National Operational Staff, which is headed by the Danish National Police and consists of representatives from the Danish Emergency Management Agency, Danish Health Authority, Danish Defense Command, Danish Security and Intelligence Service, Danish Defense Intelligence Service, Ministry of Internal Affairs, Critical Supply Agency, and the Danish Civil Aviation and Railway Authority to remain assembled 24 hours a day. Wow. Okay, so all of their critical agencies are now going to be on a 24/7 standby, which is just absolutely insane. All right, and they're also calling on Article 4 of NATO. All right, so I mean, it just can't get any more crazier than this. And we have that that AWACS plane flying off of Alaska again. The same one that everyone was saying was fake news last night on my channel. It's airborne again. So, Absolutely insane. So Denmark has activated their crisis management system. All the critical agencies will be active for 24/7. We're also hearing that ship-based radars last night and Danish-operated oil fields also saw drones in the North Sea. So that was in the North Sea. Danish sea-based radars and oil fields in the North Sea saw the drones as well. The Latvian foreign minister said that Denmark has told allies that a state actor is responsible for the drones. Germany's defense ministry is reporting that a pair of Russian signals surveillance satellites are actively shadowing two intelligence communications satellites utilized by the German armed forces and NATO, stating that the ongoing action is a fundamental threat against NATO by Russia. So we have Russian surveillance satellites shadowing NATO and German intelligence satellites, okay? Oh, by the way, if you want to rewatch the stream from last night, it's up right now if you want to rewatch what happened last night. Thank you guys for all the love and support. I really appreciate it. I'm probably going to be streaming the rest of the evening and the rest of the night, so and for all my Patreon members, I'm going to be posting a summary of all the headlines sometime this evening. For my Patreon members and silver members on YouTube, I'm going to post a quick summary so you don't miss anything. The Danish defense minister is saying that Denmark is considering invoking NATO Article 4. Officials are saying that it was actually an attack carried out by a professional actor against Denmark, okay? Belarus's border guard is saying that the Russian troops that participated in the Zapad exercises have already left Belarus, which is obviously BS. Denmark has described yesterday's appearance of unidentified drones as a hybrid attack. This is pretty interesting. The German Minister of Defense is calling for caution in cases of violation of the airspace of NATO countries by Russia. He said, so far no noticeable aggression has been observed in these incidents. However, this is a necessary condition for carrying out a dynamic physical intervention. Prudence is not cowardice, but rather responsibility towards one's own country and peace in Europe. Wow. Okay, so that is pretty interesting. And so, you know, you see the cowardice coming out in all these European politicians. The truth is coming out when bad things happen. People's character comes out. You know, when people are put to the test. You know, everybody's nice and friendly when everything's going good. But when shit hits the fan, that's when you see people's true colors coming out and who you can trust. And who's just a fair weather friend. So yeah, the German defense minister is calling for prudence in responding to the Russian incursions into NATO airspace, saying prudence is not cowardice but rather responsibility towards one's own country and for peace in Europe. Okay? So the German defense minister is calling for restraint in responding to Russian incursions into NATO airspace. But Trump has ripped into Putin like 4 times today already. Really just hammering it home that Russia's economy is collapsing, that, you know, the war is not fruitful for Russia, that they're losing millions of lives, and, you know, I'm sure the German defense minister is not going to say that. Once the first Russian drone flies into Germany, I'm sure Germany's going to want to go to war right away. But because it hasn't happened to Germany yet, they're like, yeah, whatever, who cares, you know. But wait until it happens to Germany, we'll see how they react. So we still have this encrypted data. Let me see, what other headlines do we have here? A Russian Bore-class ballistic missile sub was spotted transiting Japan's La Perouse Strait on Wednesday for the first time, according to Japanese officials. Chinese engineers were spotted participating in drone tests at Russian military training grounds. Wow, that's being reported by Reuters. Chinese engineers participated in drone tests at Russian military training grounds. Wow. No surprise there. Trump signed an executive order today saving TikTok. Wow, Chinese engineers helped Russia set up combat drone production at the sanctioned Kupal plant. Since 2023, they've joined R&D and flight tests with supplies routed via Russian firm TSK Vector. So China was helping Russia develop drones. Wow. Thank you guys for all the donations. I'm sorry if I missed some of them. It's just been a crazy afternoon. So we got an over-the-horizon radar active right now. We got an over-the-horizon radar active. We have a U.S. AWACS plane airborne south of Alaska in the Bering Sea area. Here's the over the horizon. Wow, guys, this over-the-horizon radar is so loud that it's so strong that you can hear it like from everywhere, like in all different areas. I can hear it like it's basically like global. Okay, breaking news coming in from Denmark right now. A Russian warship in Denmark. We're hearing breaking news. Russian warship is being spotted now in Denmark. Apparently the ship is the Alexander Shabalin, operating somewhere between Langeland and Lolland. Has turned off the...
Autocrat, this is overreach, going out on triple 175, I'll copy my station, over. Overreach, this is Offit, I have you, Lima Charlie, I'll copy, over.
Wow, Offit radio check. That is big news, guys. Offit Air Base is the home of U.S. Strategic Command. Offit just did a radio check, guys. That is very rare. And we're now hearing that there's a Russian warship.
Autocrat, this is overreach, on triple 175, I'll copy my station, over. Overreach, this is Autocrat, I have you, Lima Charlie, I'll copy, over. Autocrat, overreach, I have you, Lima Charlie, as well. My station is requesting to check out of the net at this time, over.
So we got someone checking out of the net. That's a shift change.
Overreach, this is Autocrat. Please stand by for authentication, over.
So we got a Russian warship outside of Denmark now. Russian warship outside of Denmark. Major breaking news. Russian warship near Denmark, and it's turned its tracker off.
Overreach. This is Autocrat. I request you authenticate Alpha, Zulu, Romeo. Over. Autocrat, this is overreach. Authenticate Alpha Zulu Romeo with uniform. I say again, Alpha Zulu Romeo with uniform. Incorrect, I request to authenticate Charlie Oscar Papa. I say again, Charlie Oscar Papa, over. Overreach. This is Autocrat. I authenticate Charlie, Oscar, Papa with Sierra. Is correct. I have your station exiting the net at 2137 Zulu. I'll copy, over. Autocrat, this is overreach, checking out of the net at 2137 Zulu. My station requires no further assistance. This is overreach, out.
Wow, something just checked out of the net. Something flying with its tracker off, because I can't see it on the flight tracker. So. So Trump ripped into Russia 3 times today. It's safe to say that things aren't really looking too good as far as diplomacy is concerned. Hold on one sec, guys. Just updating everyone on Telegram here. Those of you guys who don't know, I've been posting to Twitter. Please follow me on Twitter. I'm trying to build that up as a backup to YouTube, as an alternative, just in case something were to happen with YouTube. I post on Twitter now. See here. So yeah, apparently okay, we have an emergency alert. Looks like more drone intrusions now. Looks like more drone intrusions right now in Denmark. Breaking news, we have an emergency alert. More drone intrusions in Denmark being reported right now. Wow. They have just closed 2 more airports. Denmark has announced that the Aalborg Air Base and the Aalborg Airport have just been closed after new drone intrusions. Looks like more drone intrusions now. Wow. Wow. Just a totally crazy week. Looks like we're hearing of more drones flying into Denmark right now. They just closed Aalborg Airport. Looks like another round of drones. Another round of drones coming into Denmark at the Aalborg Airport. They've now closed down the Aalborg Airport. The Aalborg Airport has been closed because of the drones. Wow, so they've actually closed the airport. That's a major airport, guys. Major airport in Denmark that they've just closed. Okay. We also had the E3. Let me. No problem, Kevin Lacoste. Ross, I got to catch up on your messages, Ross. I'm going to catch up on them very soon. Let me just. Want to just see something here. I've been trying to find that E3 off of Alaska, but I cannot find it. It's been on and off in the flight tracker. It's kind of been disappearing. Let's see if I can find it. It's sort of been like disappearing. One sec. See if I can find it. There is some kind of U.S. military flight that just took off from Alaska. Let's see. I'm trying to see if I can find. We do have an aerial refueler operating outside of Anchorage right now. Trying to see if I can find. People are saying that there's a. People are saying in the chat that the E3 is south of Nome, Alaska right now. Looks like a sub hunter also went out. Wow. That's interesting. Looks like a sub hunter went out also towards the area there, towards the Bering Sea. Yep, a sub hunter. Sub hunter went out. Wow. Sub hunter went out. Look at that, and it turned its tracker off too. Check it out. Let me see if I can show you a U.S. sub hunter flew out to the Bering Sea after last night. I don't think that's a coincidence. Yeah, Ross is doing an awesome job. Ross is the man. We need to clone him. That's right. Need to clone him. So we have a P-8 Poseidon that just went to the Bering Sea. Definitely not a coincidence. Let me share my screen. It's definitely not a coincidence. Okay, there's the P-8 right there. And then we still have all this reconnaissance here off the coast of Kaliningrad. Look at this. Look at all the reconnaissance off the coast of Kaliningrad right now. But here we have a sub hunter, U.S. sub hunter, going out. So I think Trump is pissed off, and I think we're about to go to war with Russia. I think things have really spiraled out of control. So look at that P-8 Poseidon, guys, heading straight to the Bering Sea. Look at that. Clearly related to what happened last night. For them to suddenly send a P-8 sub hunter to the Bering Sea. Thank you guys for the donations. I Love Jesus 1967. Thank you so much.
All stations, this is Autocrat. Autocrat, break. Mike, India, Kilo, 2, Quebec, Papa, stand by. Mike, India, Kilo, 2, Quebec, Papa, stand by. Mike, India, Kilo, 2, Quebec, Papa, stand by. Message follows. Mike, India, Kilo, 2, Quebec, Papa, Tango, Victor, Delta, Alpha, Juliet, Lima, Sierra, Foxtrot, 5, Charlie, November, Juliet, November, India, India, Echo, Uniform, Oscar, Juliet, Bravo, 6, Sierra, Uniform, Zulu. I say again. Mike, India, Kilo, 2, Quebec, Papa, Tango, Victor, Delta, Alpha, Juliet, Lima, Sierra, Foxtrot, 5, Charlie, November, Juliet, November, India, India, Echo, Uniform, Oscar, Juliet, Bravo, 6, Sierra, Uniform, Zulu. This is Autocrat out.
Wow, guys, back-to-back EAMs. This is totally insane. Looks like I'm not going to have any break tonight. Wow, King 98 is back up. Oh boy. King 98 is back up. Wow. Wow. That recovery plane is back up in the air. Let me just change my screen. Sorry, I'm stuck here on the same screen. It's just so much going on. It's hard to keep up. Yep, looks. So that Combat King is back up again. Wow, guys, look at this. This is crazy. The Combat King from last night. Let me see if I can look at that. The Combat King is back up. Appears to be heading south now, south of Anchorage. We'll see where it goes. Wow. Wow. So the Combat King is airborne now. Wow. Let's see where it goes. It's probably going to go out to the Bering Sea. It looks like it's curving to the east now, so it looks like it's going back out to the Bering Sea. We also have this over-the-horizon radar, really strong over-the-horizon radar active. Wow, guys. Wow. Look at how unexpected all of this is too. Nobody expected that, huh? Now, one thing I wanted you guys to kind of pay attention to is Trump's mood. I know it sounds kind of funny, but if you look at all of Trump's appearances today, he was super mad all day. You know, he just looked really mad all day long. And I don't know if that's because of the the Alaska situation, but we have more U.S. recon planes going up to the Bering Sea. See here. Let's see. Where's this thing going now? Oh, let's see. It's going like southeast now. It's flying over Chugach National Forest. Wow. Things are really getting crazy here. Sorry guys, just updating my Twitter here. Wow, what a crazy day, huh? Thank you guys for all the support. Thank you, Ross, for keeping me updated. It's just hard for me to keep up with everything. I'm going to try to post like a summary at some point. I'm going to try to post like a summary update. Alright, King 98 appears to be curving to the north now. We'll see where it goes. Look at this. We also have a Coast Guard plane patrolling the coast of Alaska here as well. The southern coast of Alaska. We have a U.S. Coast Guard plane. Hang on one sec, guys. I'm just going to get a drink. 1 second here.
I will not allow Israel to annex. I think it's been very bad for the reputation of Russia. This war should have been over. If this were our war, we would have had it over in 1 week. They have put it all out on the line. Their economy is going to hell. They're bombing the hell out of everything, and they're picking up a very little territory, if any. In fact, they're losing some territory. So I think it's been very bad for the reputation of Russia. This war should have been over. If this were our war, we would have had it over in 1 week. They have put it all out on the line. Their economy is going to hell. They're bombing the hell out of everything, and they're picking up a very little territory, if any. In fact, they're losing some territory. So I think it's been very bad for the reputation of Russia. This war should have been over. If this were our war, we would have had it over in 1 week. They have put it all out on the line. Their economy is going to hell. They're bombing the hell out of everything, and they're picking up a very little territory, if any. In fact, they're losing some territory. So I think it's been very bad for the reputation of Russia. This war should have been over. If this were our war, we would have had it over in 1 week. They have put it all out on the line. Their economy is going to hell. They're bombing the hell out of everything, and they're picking up a very little territory, if any. In fact, they're losing some territory. So I think it's been very bad for the reputation of Russia. This war should have been over. If this were our war, we would have had it over in 1 week. They have put it all out on the line. Their economy is going to hell. They're bombing the hell out of everything, and they're picking up a very little territory, if any. In fact, they're losing some territory. So I think it's been very bad for the reputation of Russia. This war should have been over. If this were our war, we would have had it over in 1 week. They have put it all out on the line. Their economy is going to hell. They're bombing the hell out of everything, and they're picking up a very little territory, if any. In fact, they're losing some territory. So I think it's been very bad for the reputation of Russia. This war should have been over. If this were our war, we would have had it over in 1 week. They have put...
Sorry, had that on repeat, but it's a very important... Very important sound clip. Do I have any more info about the drones in France? Let me check up on that. I got to catch up on all of Ross's news. As far as I know, let me see here. As far as I know, it was in northern France. In northern France, let me get the town for you. There were several military bases in northern France. Now, France has their nuclear-armed subs up there in Isle-Long, or Isle-Long. It's called Isle-Long in France. That's where they have their nuclear subs. Isle-Long. It's where the French nuclear-armed subs are located. Let me see where this drone incursion into France was. Let's see, where was it? Where was that? Trying to scroll through all these headlines here. So many headlines. Where was that? Can't find that. Where was that? Damn it. I lost it. Where the hell did I post that? Just had it right here. Oh yeah, this was in military sites near Mourmelon-le-Grand. Mourmelon-le-Grand. Let's see, where is that? Mourmelon-le-Grand. That's northeastern France. Okay. So that's in northeastern France, close to Belgium and Luxembourg. So that's close to Belgium. That might have been a message also. That might have been a message to NATO, possibly. Okay, so that was close to Belgium. These drones, where they flew into France, it was near Mourmelon-le-Grand. Mourmelon-le-Grand. I want to remind you guys that the Russian ambassador to France said that if NATO shoots down a Russian plane, it would mean war. Wow, interesting. So now this Combat King flew up, and now it's heading back. It's doing like a weird recurve pattern. Maybe it's doing a search and rescue here, or some kind of calibration. It flew into this little bay over here. But look at this Coast Guard plane patrolling this huge area here. Huge patrol there. And look at this. Look at the recon in Europe right now. Look at this. We got a sub hunter and a recon plane right off the coast of Kaliningrad. This is insane, guys. Look at this recon pattern. This is just wild. Look at that. Very, very intense reconnaissance of Kaliningrad in the Baltics right now. Very intense. This is a very unusual time to be doing these recon patterns in that area. Some people are reporting 911 outages. Wow, that's not good. TF, yeah, you can give me a 10-second sit rep. Where are you at? What's your sit rep?
Mudbug, Skull 01, radio check, 11175.
Some kind of radio check. I couldn't make out what that was. Is it Mudbug?
Mudbug, Skull 01, radio check, 11175.
Wow, good catch, Ross. Wow. Wow.
Last call, Autocrat, taking your last over.
Wow, this is Mudbug. Mudbug is the B-52s. Wow, this is Mudbug. This is serious, guys. Now things really ratcheted up.
Last caller, this is Autocrat, taking your last over.
Wow, this is huge news, guys. Wow, Mudbug. That's pretty rare. Mudbug is the call sign for the bombers. That's either Barksdale or one of the B-52s. That is very, very, very ominous. Very unusual and very ominous. Wow. This is just totally insane. Unbelievable. What a crazy week, huh? And it's only going to get crazier and crazier as time goes on. Mudbug is Barksdale. Yeah, it's usually Barksdale. It's usually Barksdale. Could be Barksdale or an actual bomber. Coach says the YouTube algorithm has not been suggesting NYPrepper for a month now. Yeah, the algorithm has been burying me. Yep. I used to get 5,000-10,000 people in a stream. Now I barely get 3,000-4,000 if I'm lucky. My views are down on my videos as well. They bury people. It's 100% true. They can bury people for years, you know. Some channels I heard when Biden was president, I heard that Biden was pressuring YouTube to bury certain channels. Wow. Looks like they closed the airspace in Denmark again. Another drone. They don't want to say, isn't it so ridiculous that they don't want to say that it's Russian? I mean, we all know they're Russian drones. Why are they still calling them unidentified? That's just so ridiculous. Okay, we have some breaking news. Breaking news. Hungarian Gripen fighter jets scrambled to intercept Russian Sukhoi 30 and Sukhoi 35 and 3 MiG-31s near Latvian airspace. Wow. Breaking news. Hungary sent their fighter jets to Latvia to intercept 5 Russian fighter jets near Latvia. Wow. Guys, I'm telling you, this is it. I think this is it. We're about to go to war with Russia. This is major, major breaking news. Hungarian Gripen fighter jets, those are Swedish fighter jets. 5 of them, 5 Russian fighter jets were in Latvia. Okay, 5 Russian fighter jets were in Latvia. And regarding YouTube and the algorithm, that's why I always ask for help with, donations. And that's why I push my sponsors, because if not for the donations and the sponsors, I don't know if I'd be able to still do this now, because my views are down so much this year. YouTube has just been burying me, and they promote other channels like the Enforcer channel or Steve Lookner. Those 2 channels, they get all the views, especially like Steve Lookner. He gets like 50,000 people in his stream, and he's got a great channel. I like his channel a lot, so he deserves it. But then you have the Enforcer. He gets like 10-20,000 people in a stream, and to be honest, his streams are not that great. He's not really anything special or anything cutting edge. And so the algorithm just promotes those 2 or 3 channels, and then guys like me just get buried. Nobody watches because they don't see that I'm even live, because they just promote those channels, Yeah, Steve Lookner was a writer for Saturday Night Live. That's right. Yeah, well, that's why the donations help a lot. Yeah, so it looks like Late Night TV, thank you so much for the offer to make custom maps, GIS. Thank you, Late Night TV. If you could send me an email or send a message to my my website, let me send that to you. It's NYPrepper.com/contact. George Davies, good to see you. Thank you for the gifted memberships. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you, Anna Marie. AAC says this channel is super addicting. Looking for the news to tell me that my Jesus is coming soon. Well, let me share a picture here. We have a picture of these fighter jets. Let me see if I can get that up on the screen. The Russian jets. Wow. So this is crazy. The plot thickens. The plot thickens, okay? We now have these 5 Russian fighter jets that flew near Latvia. Wow. And we just heard Mudbug. Mudbug is Barksdale Air Force Base. That's the B-52s. B-52 nuclear bombers. Making a radio check. Just so much news, I can't keep up with it. It's insane. At some point I'm going to have to take a break. I've been here for hours, and then last night for several hours. At some point I got to take a break, guys. And then I'll be back later on tonight. I'll be back in a little while. I'm gonna take a quick break here and do some things, and then I'll be back. Jamie Baxter, thank you. Oh, what I was trying to say was that you know, the YouTube specifically promotes like certain channels, and then if you're not one of those channels, they don't promote you at all. You know. Thank you, Patrick N, for the PayPal. Really appreciate it. Thank you, Patrick N. You know, people don't realize how little YouTube pays. That's why you always have people doing sponsorships. You know, a lot of people are like, "Oh, you do all these sponsorships. It's so annoying. You know, you're capitalizing on a crisis." Well, no, it's called paying your bills. Okay. YouTube, unfortunately, with the shadow banning, you know, unless you're like some channel like Steve Lookner who gets 100,000 people in a live stream, you know, if you're someone like me, you know, you can't survive off of just ad revenue alone because of the shadow banning and everything else. So, you know, keep that in mind when, you know, you hear a YouTuber you like sharing sponsors or people donating to that YouTuber. You know, we're not millionaires. At least I'm not a millionaire, guys. Okay, I have bills to pay, and you know, so. Thank you, Bonnie. I appreciate the kind words. STE, I don't know if I'm saying that right. Thank you for all you do, Greg. Looks like the UK will be shoulder to shoulder with our US brothers and sisters soon. God bless. Buy Sawyer water filters. That's a great advice. Thanks for the donation. Really appreciate it. Thank you, Free Mind. I appreciate it. Appreciate that. I'll be back in a little while, guys. I got to do a couple things. I'll be back. And I'll let you guys know when I come back. I'll post to Telegram, to the pager. If you guys have my my app, download my app. I'll let you guys know when I'm going live, and also on Twitter and on Telegram I'll let you guys know. But I'm going to restart the stream before I go live anyway. So if you have notifications set up on YouTube, you'll get the notification.
station. This is left back, break. India, Kilo, 2, stand by. Mike, India, Kilo, 2, back, stand by. Mike, India, Kilo, 2, Quebec, stand by, call. Radio check on 11175. Last caller, this is Autocrat on 11175, please take in your last, over. Same sail.
This is Sierra 44, radio check, 175, over.
Sierra 44, this is Sierra 44, this is Mainsail. I have you, Lima Charlie. How copy, over?
Mainsail, Sierra 44 has you, Lima Charlie, over.
Sierra 44, this is Mainsail. Sierra 44, this is Mainsail. Do you require any further assistance, over?
This is Sierra 44, no other assistance required.
is rucksack, break, Mike, India, Kilo, 2, Quebec, Papa, standby. Mike, India, Kilo, 2, Quebec, Papa, standby. Mike, India, Kilo, 2, Quebec, Papa, standby. Solid. Mike, India, Kilo, 2, Quebec, Papa, Tango, Victor, Delta, Alpha, Juliet, Lima, Sierra, Foxtrot, 5, Charlie, November, Juliet, November, India, Echo, Uniform, Oscar, Juliet, Bravo, 6, Sierra, Uniform, Zulu, I say again. Mike, India, Kilo, 2, Quebec, Papa, Tango, Victor, Delta, Alpha, Juliet, Lima, Sierra, Foxtrot, 5, Charlie, November, Juliet, November, India, Echo, Uniform, Oscar, Juliet, Bravo, 6, Sierra, Uniform, Zulu, this is Rucksack out. Golf 4 Kilo. Golf 4 Kilo. Radio check, 11175. Autocrat, this is Glassware on 11175. Now copy my station, over.
Glassware. I have you, Lima Charlie, how copy, over. This is Autocrat. I have you, Lima Charlie, how copy, over.
Autocrat, this is Glassware. I have you, Lima Charlie, as well, and request to exit the net at this time, over.
This is Autocrat, please stand by for authentication, over. Glassware, this is Autocrat, please stand by for authentication, over. Glassware. This is Glassware. This is Autocrat. I request you authenticate. Charlie. Uniform. Bravo. I say again. Charlie. Uniform. Bravo.
Autocrat, this is Glassware. I authenticate Charlie, uniform, Bravo with Delta. Say again, I authenticate Charlie, uniform, Bravo with Delta. If correct, I request you authenticate Juliet, Echo, Whiskey. I say again, Juliet, Echo, Whiskey, over.
Glassware. This is Autocrat. I authenticate Juliet, Echo, Whiskey, with Mike. If correct, I have your station exiting the net at 2344 Zulu. I'll copy, over.
2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This is we're getting out. Not a good sign.
What's going on, guys? How's everybody doing? Hope you guys are doing well. I'm back. I'm gonna restart the live stream now. So stand by for stream restart. What's going on, Homesteading DIY? Mud and Munitions, good to see you. Paul says heavily medicated, but at least my headache is gone. That's good. Hold on one sec, guys. I'm going to restart the live stream. Stand